Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Suffolk Public Schools School Board Meeting Work Session. We look forward this evening to hearing from our instructional staff on the instructional overview presentation, and I'm going to turn it over to you, Mr. Superintendent, to introduce the folks who will be telling us about it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium Dr. Branch, Chief Academic Officer, and Dr. Bird, Chief of Schools, to provide an instructional overview presentation that will include class coverage as well as our overall instructional plan for the 22-23 school year. Dr. Branch, Dr. Bird.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, school board members, and Dr. Gordon. I'm pleased to share with you tonight, along with Dr. Bird, our Chief of Schools, our instructional overview and provide you some insight and planning on our end for how we will effectively open the school year. Tonight, we will look at our SPS Online update, address teacher vacancies, and how we will support our students. When this presentation was created and submitted, we were, for SPS Online, at 220 students enrolled in our K-12 virtual learning program. That number has changed since the posting of our presentation. Our number is now 184 students enrolled in K-12. At the elementary level, that's 66 students. Middle school level, 70 students. And at the high school, 57 students. Our SPS Online program is primarily taught by Virtual Virginia instructors, which are endorsed and certified for Virginia. This is also the program that is endorsed and supported by the state of Virginia. There will be synchronous instruction for the majority. In fact, about 90 to 95% of the courses offered will have synchronous instruction, which means live instruction for our students. At the K-5 level, that is for all of our students. They will have daily synchronous live instruction. Our program actually begins on August 24th. We have held orientations with families who are enrolled in the SPS Online program. Our first one was, we had two sessions on Monday, August 8th, where we had families join us, and we went over all components of the program, including a presentation by Virtual Virginia about what the parents and families could expect. We also have our second orientation tonight, actually from 6 to 7 p.m. for those families that may not have made it on the 8th. And we are recording those sessions so that anyone who cannot make it, who's enrolled in the program, can actually have that access and that resource. We have Chromebook Distribution because those students do begin on August 24th, so they will need to have their Chromebooks ready and going with their logins and all additional information. And that actually begins on the 16th. Actually, since this presentation was uploaded, those distribution dates have been changed and communicated with families. We're going to begin on Monday, August 15th. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Bird.
All right, thank you, Dr. Branch, and greetings all. All right, for the purpose of this portion of the presentation, I will only be referring to those who are considered classroom teachers. In other words, those who will show up, the adults that will show up on teacher schedules when they receive them in a few weeks. And so this does not address other vacancies like teacher assistants and bus drivers, custodial, those kind of things. So I just want to set the stage first before we get started. So the SPS, Suffolk Public School approach. First, the board is to be commended for all of the work that you've done. Over the past 4 years, we've increased teacher salaries over 19% over the past few years. We've offered bonuses over the past 2 years. The last one in 2023 was at the rate of $2,000. We've added an additional $2,000 for hard-to-fill positions such as math, special education, some of our career and technical education courses, and others. We've increased pay for our summer programs, And we offer the, $236 per hour, plus a bonus for teaching summer school. If a teacher taught every day, they could make up to $2,000. So that was our first approach. Next, we offer compensation for extra duty. These were some of the items that, that we wanted to show our appreciation for teachers when they taught classes during their planning period. This typically happens in a high school when a teacher gives up one of their planning periods to teach a 6 block. We also offered funds for covering a class for a colleague or staying late for to cover a bus. In classroom instructional supports with schools with high numbers of long-term subs. So we have, when I go through the next slides, you'll see that there's some schools that have large numbers of long-term subs. So we have some things to support them as well. We offer to our students tutoring services, learning facilitators for our virtual classrooms. We have the SPS Saturday Academies, which will begin in October. Intervention support staff, which are individuals that we've added to assist in hallways during transitions and to work with small groups of students and individual students. Our SPS online students that we just spoke about, those who receive special education, receive an additional study skills block where they have a virtual teacher assigned to assist them as well. And finally, the next slide will focus on our strategic approach to staffing. All right, so here we outline the approach that we take at the different levels because each level requires has different intricacies that we want to make sure we attend to. First priority at elementary, middle, and high you'll see is to condense classes. An example of this may be if you have 2 classes with 12 students, the logical approach is to reduce that class and create one class of 24. So at any opportunity we can condense classrooms, that is definitely our #1 priority regardless of the grade level. When we look at the elementary and middle school, for second priority is going to be looking at qualified long-term subs. And these are individuals who our principals have interviewed and selected and that are going to be good fits for our student until a certified teacher can be found. In many cases, these include teachers who are 1 course away from earning a teaching certificate. We have examples of teachers who actually are able to become a teacher before the school year is over. So we're really, we also increased training for our long-term subs this year. We are bringing them in with our new teachers and making sure they get the benefits and training that are offered. You'll see in high school, however, the second priority is teaching when a teacher can teach a 6-block class. And what this allows for is a student to be taught by a teacher who is trained in that particular specialty area. And so that's definitely the approach that we want to take. An example may be if we have allotted 5 Spanish teachers and we are unable to fill 1 Spanish position and we have 4 that are willing to cover a 6 block, now we're able to provide at least 5 sections, at least 4 of the 6 sections of those students with the certified teacher who is prepared to teach that particular Spanish course. For priority #3 at the elementary level, you'll see the hybrid sync teacher, which I'll talk a little bit more about on a future slide. But essentially, this is the student would be taught in a distance learning model from a teacher that's not in that particular classroom. However, there is a learning facilitator in the classroom supervising the students. This would be the 3rd priority for elementary, followed by a virtual platform at the elementary level. Middle school, 3rd priority is the virtual platform, and then followed by the hybrid sync teacher. And in high school, you can see that the virtual platform usually is received a little easier from our high school students and our early learners. So we look for a virtual platform as our third priority, hybrid sync, and then long-term substitute as our fifth priority. As Dr. Branch mentioned, every day numbers are changing, and in a good way, I'm happy to report. This report that you see here were numbers as of last week, and within the past week, as of yesterday, and I didn't include numbers for today, but as of yesterday, our numbers have improved greatly. So at this point, the total number of classroom vacancies is 85. Total number of long-term subs is we are up to 53, which is up from 26 that you see on the screen here. And the total unfilled classroom teacher vacancies is equivalent to about 15 teachers. So one of the areas that I will kind of columns that I'll point your eyes to is the vacancy area. If we go right down that column in elementary, we were at 47 vacancies. We are now at 40. Middle school moved from 17 to 13. High school from 42 to 32. If I focus your attention to the long-term substitute, you will see these numbers have increased as we have located qualified individuals to support our students. Elementary, the number has increased from 17 to 31. Middle school from 3 to 10. High school from 6 to 12. And the last one we're most excited about is the unfilled classrooms. So in other words, in elementary from 21, we are down to 9 classes at this point, 9 teachers, in which a student who receives their schedule in a couple of days will show their classroom as being unfilled. In middle school, we're down to 2, and in high school, we are at equivalent of 4.
John's right there.
Wait a minute. Try it now.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right, so supporting our students. I mentioned earlier about the intervention support staff position. These are individuals, parapros, who assist in the hallways during transitions and work in classrooms with individual students or in small groups. And you can see the numbers here that we have allotted for each 5 of our schools. Virtual facilitators. Official name is school-based virtual learning facilitator. So if a student is taught using a virtual platform, these are the individuals that are in the classroom with the teacher, managing the grade book, ensuring that they are on track and on task. SPS Saturday Academy will begin in October. I mentioned earlier our virtual Virginia students will receive an extra block for our students with disabilities, and during that extra block of time, there is an individual that is assigned to assist our students with disabilities using the virtual Virginia platform. And lastly, our instructional assistants that are supported by a program called University Instructors are also in place to assist our students. And at this time, I'll stop to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Byrd and Dr. Branch. Board members, do you have questions? Okay. Board Member Howell, you want to go first?
When you condense a classroom at the elementary level and you essentially double the population, is there a dedicated TA or some support staff in place in that classroom? Is there a cap?
There are caps that we follow. So condensing 2 classes to create a class of 40 can't happen. There are certain numbers targets. So we still are going to stay with under our caps when we have to condense a classroom. But that's always just the first thing we want to look at.
Right. And then is there, will there be an instructional assistant assigned if you condense and the numbers would effectively double?
Well, we would not condense to the point where it would be beyond what the class size that a teacher would teach in a normal situation.
Okay. And then when you mentioned additional supports for long-term subs, what are those? I know you mentioned they're going to be participating in training with our new teachers or returning teachers.
Yes, so they'll attend our new teacher. If you attend the new teacher breakfast, you'll see them all there. They'll be introduced, which is something we hadn't done in the past. And they start receiving pay during that point as well. So all of the training that our new teachers will go through, they will go through it as well. We've even assigned mentors to those individual teachers, which had not been done in the past as well. And our thought process is the day we acquire the certified teacher, that mentor is also in place for that individual as well.
That's all that I have.
Okay. Board Member Jenkins?
First of all, I just want to say I'm glad and I'm excited to see that we are having progress with teachers being hired. And I actually saw one today that stopped me and was excited about being hired for Suffolk Public Schools. Are we going to maintain what we're doing right now to hire, or do you have anything different in the future when school starts? Do you know of that's even more, having more incentives?
Well, first, I do want to congratulate our human resource team back here who've done an outstanding job of just getting out in the public, a lot more public appearances, and we will continue those efforts. One of the things that we can do to tackle the teacher shortage is, of course, continue to support our own, those long-term subs that just need a couple classes to finish those kind of things. So we think our best options right now, unless someone just happens to move in town, is to work with those who are already supporting our students.
Okay.
Is there anything you want to add? Career switcher programs, different things like that. So we support those who are interested in going that route.
And Ms. Jenkins, if I can just interject to what Dr. Bird and Ms. Avery were saying, we kind of want to have the cutoff for right now of August 15th, because we know that our new teachers would start with us on the 22nd. So we wanted to be able to give our instructional team, Dr. Branch's team, as well as Ms. Avery's team, an opportunity to make sure that all paperwork is done. When we start with our new teachers, they are once again going to receive the $250 signing bonus on that first day. And then we're going to continue to recruit year long. We've gotten lucky with a couple of our military families that have actually moved into the area. We found some diamonds in the rough that are going to take on some of our teaching vacancies, but we also are expecting our next major push to be in December for some December graduates. So Ms. Avery's team in the HR department will continue to look to hire between now, after school starts, and then, but December is when we're expecting our next major push.
Okay.
Great job.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think my question was answered. I was going to ask about those unfilled positions and when you were going to cut off, and Dr. Gordon explained the process. So thank you, and continue to do the good work. I think we're doing well considering the shortage, and it's all over everywhere, the nation, the area. So just keep doing what you're doing, and hopefully we can continue to fill those positions. But those were that was a question that I had, and so it was answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Story.
Thank you. So I'm disappointed that one of your answers for high school teachers is taking on a 6-block class. That is why many of our high school teachers left. The burden is too great. A 6-block class puts, I know, I've been there, it puts an extra burden on the teacher, and although you're compensated for it, You ask teachers to do that time and time again, and it's one of the reasons that they exit. Besides that, when they have a 6-block class, I know 100% that those teachers are still asked to then substitute during their 7th block class, which means they have no planning period at all. Now, whether that's legal or not, I'll leave it for someone else to decide. But this is one of the reasons teachers have left, and you're touting that as a great reason or a great way to handle the loss of teachers at the high school level. Personally, I wouldn't have touted that. I think that overburdening teachers is exactly why they're leaving. Also, touting increased pay, I don't think that's one of our benefits either, because many of our teachers have left for Isle of Wight, and they receive less pay. So that is not a burden that our teachers share from as a reason for leaving. So that, to me, is mitigated and very obvious by all the teachers that have left for lower paying jobs. There's another reason that they're leaving Suffolk Public Schools. I also question qualified long-term subs. You can be qualified and have a license, but if you're licensed to teach music and you're in an Algebra 2 class at the high school level, of which we know has happened, I don't deem that to be qualified. Yes, they're a qualified teacher, but are they qualified at all in the subject area that they're in? So that, to me, is, I question what long-term sub-qualification means to you versus what it means in the classroom. And in terms of hybrid sync for elementary, that's a very difficult thing for elementary kids to be watching their teacher online. And any kind of online learning, as we'll see with our scores coming up, has not bode well. So again, saying, oh, we have these positions filled by online learning, to me, is not satisfactory. I think that is not helping our students at all to have online learning. And that is well documented throughout the state and the nation, that online learning is very tough, and especially for young ones. So I don't know that that's a great option either. To me, face-to-face learning with a teacher in the classroom is definitely our number one priority. I wish we were more concerned about retaining teachers, and why 300 and some left Suffolk Public Schools. And then, as you said, this only deals with teachers. All these teachers and long-term subs, they're going to need teacher aides. And so that matters. How many openings do we have? One last thing, I did do my homework from June, and we had a list of teacher candidates that were hired as classroom teachers. And I admit I didn't do it for the one we got this time, but of the 40-some that were hired, only about 45% came up on the VDOE side of having their license. And I know sometimes we're a little lax in checking people's licenses when we hire them, but I'm assuming, and I will keep checking, to see that if you're putting a teacher in the classroom, that they have some kind of license to be there. So those are my concerns, and I'm glad to see, working the numbers is your thing, Dr. Bird, as a former math teacher. So I don't think parents are going to be that happy with all our classes that are virtual and online. I think it's sad that we lost so many teachers. And again, our mitigation strategies for keeping them, I don't think address the reason that so many teachers left Suffolk Public Schools. The number one reason was teacher morale. And if something isn't done about that, then we're just going to turn around and lose them. You might be hiring and get them in, but you lost a lot of teachers that had a lot of experience. And Kings Fork High School, the math department is an example. just lost so many years of experience. And that just breaks my heart for my former Bulldogs. And the fact that many of them will now be on virtual Virginia breaks my heart as well. We lost our teacher of the year. Our district teacher of the year left. How sad that we lost him to Isle of Wight. Again, not due to pay. So I'm sad to see that happened. He was an IB teacher. He was a great teacher. He was a great math teacher. He was great for the department as a whole to hold it together. So I'm sorry to see that teachers like this have left our district. And I hope maybe this year our retention will be better. As you've come in, Dr. Bird, maybe you'll be the difference maker. We shall see.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now that I get to ask a question, I believe that the paperwork that I've seen indicates that most of the people who left did not leave because of morale. I don't think that's consistent with the facts. I believe, as I've looked over the reasons, because as each person departs, they fill out a form, and it's not consistent with the facts. However, I believe that quite a few people left because they were tired of the 300 and some people who left. They retired. And so as we talk about data, I'm not a math person, Dr. Bird, but I am an educational researcher. And as an educational researcher, I tend to lean toward facts. And the facts are there are quite a few stars by those people's names who left, and those stars indicate that people retired. We did lose some people to Isle of Wight. We did gain some people from Chesapeake and Portsmouth and Norfolk and some of the other school systems. So people move around here all the time. We lost some people because of military moves. We lost some people. I was a person who moved in and out of the area. I went to work for Norfolk 5 times because I was a military wife. So as I moved in and out of the region, I came back to the area I was from. And I continued to do so until I got ready to move to another place. But it happens in the Tidewater area because we are an area that supports military families. It happens, and I know that we lost quite a few people because of military moves. It had nothing to do with how many people moved to Isle of Wight, and I know that's a very small percentage of the people that we lost. Let me just say this. I think that we came up with the solutions that we've come up with because we need to fill those positions. We are, as a board, and I would say to all my school board members, we are not looking for problems, we're looking for solutions. And if we've identified problems, if we have better solutions than the ones that our staff is coming up with, let's offer those solutions. Let's let them explore those solutions and then see what happens with those solutions that we have. So if we have some better solutions, we can surely offer those solutions, and we'll have a chance as we work on these things. As a matter of fact, we're working on human and fiscal resources today. So if we have some bright ideas to offer, we've got a chance to jump right in there today and offer those solutions for maintaining people. Nationwide, people have moved from the career. And as a former college professor who taught people to be teachers, I can tell you that we started losing teachers in Virginia 20 years ago when we changed some standards. We increased testing. We got some ridiculous scores in Virginia. I did some research on that and presented it at several national conventions 20 years ago. Now, I hate to say that I told some people so, along with several other educational researchers, that what we were doing wasn't making a whole lot of sense, but the truth is, here we are today. We didn't know COVID was coming in addition to the things that we were doing, but a lot of students moved away from education when we changed what we did. We said that it wasn't necessary, for example, since the cameras are rolling, and I love it, you didn't need to be an elementary school teacher. You could major in English and then go back and take some teacher training, and you could become a first grade teacher when you actually needed to be an elementary school teacher. because we teach English, math, science, social studies, and everything else. So we need to think about a whole lot of things as we think about why people are exiting the field. We need to think about some of those programs. The Career Switchers is one of them. Troops to Teachers was another one of them. Teach for America was another one of them that changed what we have now. We got a lot of instant things that we want to do to get people into teacher education instead of letting people who really want to be teachers go to school, be trained to be a teacher, because those people who have been trained to be teachers usually stick with it. And they're the people who've held on for those 25, 35, and so on years to be teachers. Many of the others have, but not as many as we'd like. At any rate, I thank you for the solutions that you come up with, but now the board has the opportunity to help you. And if we have some burning ideas, the challenge is before us, and we're getting ready to enter into it right now. So all of us, we're ready to start the next phase of this, and we can move to our tables. We have 2 sets of tables before us. Dr. Branch and Mrs. Forsman and Ms. Avery will join us up here on the stage. Board members, I'm going to ask you, we have 2 tables here. I'm going to be one of your moderators, and these other people are going to help me as they move. Our goal is to come up with one, if you will, and of course, if we exceed our goal, I'll take that too. We're going to come up with one goal for each of these areas. We're looking at climate and communication, am I correct? Climate and culture. We want climate and culture, Dr. Branch. You're going to help us out with that, and you're going to lead into that, and then we're going to move to human and fiscal resources, and Wendy's going to lead us into that. So you want to start with climate and culture, and then we'll have you all move to your table. So hold on just a minute. Go ahead, Dr. Branch.
Yes, ma'am, Dr. Brooks-Buck. As you stated, we're doing 2 areas of the 4 focus areas of the new strategic plan, climate and culture and human and fiscal resources. As you did in June with the work session, we will assist in helping guide you through this process. However, you all will be sharing in teams to come up with SMART goals, one SMART goal for each of the areas.
Are we ready? If you are interested in climate and culture, and if you're interested in making the change, I think climate and culture stuff is over here, and human and fiscal resources over here. If you have some ideas, please come to the table, because this is where you are. If you believe that people are leaving for whatever reason, here's your chance to give some input. If you can give us some suggestions over here, here we are. You have some information on your tables that you can use to look at. Dr. Gordon has gone through the climate and culture surveys. You have that information. I don't want you to spend time looking on one item or looking for a problem unless you have a solution for that problem that you want to suggest. You have some people who are going to be able to help you, to assist you. If you'd like, there are some other people in the audience if you have specific questions. Look at the information first and then sort of get a focus. And then if you need some help putting it together, we'd like to leave here with one thing written down, turn in your homework, okay?
Yeah.
Are you all doing climate and culture? Okay, that's fine. Human and fiscal resources, are you doing, you want to do climate and culture? Oh, is that what they're doing? Are you all doing that? Okay, that's what they're doing. Oh.
I guess we're doing the human and fiscal, they're doing climate and culture.
Okay.
But we started on last time, that's why I came right back
Well,
here.
no, okay, then switch. Yeah, and communications. Okay. And community engagement was what you all were supposed to be doing, but you got off.
But I think it was climate and culture because I mentioned the climate and culture and teacher retention, and that's when Dr. Buck said, well, I have a job for you tonight.
Right,
Last
and
month.
that's,
And
that's,
when I
that's
said,
what,
okay,
that's,
available on Sunday.
that's what we were supposed to be doing, and that's why I got confused, because that's what we were supposed to be doing.
You actually had, you had links to,
However-
yeah, you had links to information on all 4 goals is what you
Yeah.
all had in
Right.
June.
But we were discussing climate and culture. We
Right,
didn't
right.
discuss the community.
So if you all want to finish that, let them finish it.
Okay,
Let them finish it, you all go ahead.
yes.
And Chair, would you like to work on human resources, or you want to stick with climate and culture? Okay, all right, then let's switch places. And you can finish whatever it is you all have started. Human resources, they're going to.
I would say it makes more sense, and this is correct me completely. So write an IEP, I think of like what would be acceptable mastery level. So if we had 85% satisfaction instead of increasing it by 3%. And I'm looking for guidance and discussion. I know for climate and culture, the things we need to improve are the teacher feeling supported and heard. And that was evident in the results we read last time when they felt like they had input in their professional development, they had opportunity to grow, things like that. And then for climate and culture, but I would break it down with these. Right.
Don't break it down from pieces that we indicate
Right.
under the goals. So we're looking for a big goal. We're not looking at what
I understand, but these are the pieces in my head that I need consolidating into the goals. So the things that matter are to me, teachers feeling supported, students feeling safe, discipline issues being, nipped in the bud. To me, that speaks to the climate and the culture. So how do we consolidate in a goal that speaks to all of that collectively before breaking it down into indicators? And it is subjective, but it honestly needs to be addressed. I have to sit up here and spill everything. This is the difference I've talked to that has expressed concern. It is a matter of just being heard and all the other things that we are trying to, the fire. So how do we?
to increase to, like, we increased by 3% the response to it.
And we were hashing that out, and that was,
That's what I thought.
but we didn't put anything in paper because I didn't
Right,
understand
This is our
the
goal
difference
today,
between
and
a
let's get
goal and
some
an
indicators
indicator.
for that.
Because in my
And we got
special ed brain,
experts
a
right here.
SMART goal
Let's get
has the timeline, it has a mastery criteria, and it's specific and observable.
right, so we're
when
gonna
we
go
pull
with this
back and we
one right
make it overarching and broad, I think we take some of the
This,
specificity
that's
out,
gonna
so
be
that's where I
our,
was
I'll
confused.
type it up and everything afterward, you know, like I did before. All right, this is our goal, this is our goal today.
Yes.
We're gonna start with that, okay? All right, so that's,
Then we look at
all right, now,
indicators for
what kind of
objectives.
indicators
The
shall we
difference in goals and
look
objectives.
to?
Objectives are in short term. Your percentages, your terms, your whatever. Expand.
So what is the current?
We're looking at 5 years. Remember, this is for 5 years. This is not for the end of this year. Okay? If we
Right.
want discipline to improve, we got to look
help
at
support.
when it's going to improve, from what point to what point. That would
But
be
that
an
would be an
increase in
indicator.
every year. That would be.
Indicator could be that
Because
you
said
check, you
that's
look at
one
your
of the-
retention
Right.
I see that that's one of the things
percentages
that
every year, and you
contributes to planning.
benchmark them against the region.
So the overall climate.
Right.
Instead of
that.
just looking at us.
That would be
At
a
us.
result.
What is the current goal that's in place through 2023?
So we really need to put it in perspective.
Is there one in place right now?
These are the things we have to
Look at our retention
So there's not
percentage.
one currently addressed?
Well, there's something.
What is the current percentage of cultural and regional? What is the percent
Right,
now,
look
the
at
overarching
Retention
percent
percentages locally and regionally.
satisfaction with culture,
It puts it in
climate
perspective.
and culture? What is it?
Wendy looks at the region for finding system.
all the time.
All the time, always comparing.
Because I think what I hear here is like, if you were to say, we're gonna improve
we put something
by whatever percent by.
Well, I think you would probably do that annually. Annually, it would be the best, because what you want to see is how many did school district lose?
Teacher.
Okay, how many teachers did they lose? How many teachers they have? How many did they lose? That tells you what the retention is.
One is now.
And I would say, instead of looking at using the term
I
evaluate,
understand we have to keep it broad, but to say we will improve the culture and climate of Suffolk Public Schools, it's not a SMART goal. It's so generic.
Right here?
To improve it, and I know that's what the indicators do,
Right
but
here?
I just
You
feel
mean
like
this?
it's
Regional,
just a wordy little, label and something.
So is there
Retention.
even a percent that goes with climate?
that's it.
I gotta look at the whole survey.
Make it
Do you mean that? Do you mean this, Dr. Brooks, like you mean this?
evaluate, not evaluation, girl, you just. Like I understand this, but evaluate annually, local and regional.
This is through
this is through-
December of next year.
yes, and as a part of that for us, and you don't have to write this, a strategy would be for us to be continuously looking at that and creating other strategies
Right.
and initiatives to address.
Right, so that would be you.
That would
Once
be
we
us.
just giving you.
Yes,
and
the
you-
indicators. So
Gotcha.
we're gonna be able to measure these.
Right.
But because we're looking for measurements, so
I mean, I
that,
see
like you
these
said,
two as being
expand
tied to
here,
the
that means
climate
it's a
and culture.
baseline.
So
What do we
somehow
already
combining
have? So
these
we're gonna
into one
expand, it. You all are gonna measure, you all are gonna look for, how do we increase?
Go beyond what
Right,
we
how
Go back
did we
and ask you
increase?
the question.
So now
Is
looking at
there-
this, there has to be
I would have to look at the
more,
survey to see the
to
overall.
this, so
Is there an
decrease, an
overall,
indicator is
I
to
can't say to improve it 3% if I don't know what it
No,
is
I'm
now.
saying if you look at your indicators,
decrease the
the things that you're
retention.
looking at, Sharon, the things that you're
Percentages.
concerned about.
Okay.
If you're looking at them
Put
as
it beside it.
indicators, then you can say that the
Increase the
discipline
retention.
rate will increase, stop whatever.
Yeah, yes,
Those
it's
would be your
increasing.
indicators, these would be your
So we're going to
overarching.
evaluate annually, we're going
Okay,
to
the goals
evaluate them
then
increase.
And
Those
increase
would be the short-term
annually,
objectives. It's what you said.
local and
Okay,
regional
or you
retention.
translate short-term.
Local.
Us, it's just local.
Just us.
Local.
But we're going to evaluate it against the region.
Okay, so we don't have to say
And
that.
that's what you're looking at
Evaluate
now.
and increase
That's all you gotta
annually.
do. You don't have to do, you don't have to do it until you get the.
Because we need a measure.
Yeah, we
And then
do.
we'll look at.
That's all
I
you're
got
doing
you.
today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if we could establish these,
Expand our college
then we can move to increasing these.
I understand that process. What I'm saying here is there's 5, and right now we have 4 that we're gonna focus on in the new one. So I'm saying these 2 right here both speak to the climate and culture.
Teacher
So somehow
certification.
combining
staff.
these bold statements,
No.
but in a way that makes sense, and it just doesn't look like we're copying and pasting
Right.
from the year prior. And then the meat of it to me is gonna be the indicators.
Okay.
Once
Because that's what we want, like the parents.
Okay,
Then you can look at what
But
you
we need
want
to expand our
to show that you've met.
And under that, we need
We will
more
ensure that all
creative
students
ways.
learn in a supportive,
of
safe,
getting
and
staff
nurturing environment
certified. Like
while
maybe we need
continuing
bring
to
a
attract,
program
develop,
here.
and
That would be
retain
for us.
high
to
quality
determine.
and
Maybe
diverse
that
staff.
is
There
an
they go.
Off-site
They're
NSU
combined.
or ODU
Done.
program where they meet on Saturdays.
Done.
Right.
That's for us
right.
to figure out.
Say this, say while continuing to. Got our goal. There we go.
The indicators.
Even after all that, if we're not making sure.
That is where the work is gonna be done, honestly, because that,
Yes, so that's
it is the
part
goal
of
that
human and physical.
that is being asked of us, but it's so broad and generic, it's not functional.
Looking
See
at
where
overall
frustration,
well-being
confusion,
And
are
that's
like
where-
that.
and
And I
we
can
have
share
the wellness
the
approach
support
that
team
would
and
fall
HR.
under that.
Where I asked, what does that look like? Because
Our program is pretty robust comparatively speaking.
support maybe a mental health.
And we have measures already.
I think it's at the building level, and I can share this with you because it's part of the discussion, but a friend of mine left, I believe she
As a
lasted
whole
to a
being.
point with
It's
20
really,
years.
it's a whole
This was her
program.
24th year in the city.
We have
and what
financial
time, like,
wellness in our
she did
wellness
take
program. We
Yeah,
have
they
mental
do.
health
They do the
wellness.
mental health.
We've got all of that in our
administration.
program.
One of the things that weren't working as far as how
the way
discipline was
you
handled,
guys
the scheduling of her getting groups in, because she was a Title I reading specialist,
And the
and just year after year after year,
doing
the
even more
same
this
share
year.
was being repeated,
See, all of that's part
and no
And that's the
feedback
staff well-being.
accepted, not
Yeah.
included in any
Increasing our
conversations and
measures
training or
for
anything, and she was just
improving
not.
staff well-being.
And I
There's
would
an
think-
example.
I would say though.
And
so
that's
for,
actually an
when
indicator.
talking about
Yeah, it
overall
is.
staff, so that would be if that was
Overall
a
staff
one that
wellness
was a main focus.
What do we do
The support would be feeling included, for example. They don't feel like they're being supported because they don't have a voice. And that would be something to address. So, just knowing that when I talk to folks, and
What do we,
very, so I'm just my
so
suggestion.
that
Yeah, I understand that, and I mean, I have several other anecdotes I can share with you if you ever want to know, but those are the things it's hard to articulate without, my mom's cousin left after 30 years as a TA.
Do you want me to print this out?
It was all tied to the
What the goal is?
discipline and the administrative not backing.
So what I hear you
that
saying,
actually
like,
goes
I've heard you say discipline a couple times with both of these examples that have led to that.
Okay. But I like
And so
that
I would
indicate that
suggest
goal
of, and I
is
need
to
to
increase
see it,
Right.
feel
To
where
increase
it's at
the
in the
means
percentage if they feel like students are not,
accessibility
discipline issues are not
of
addressed.
communication.
See what that number
Right,
is
in a
at. But
timely fashion at all, but the breakdown is at the building level. It's not between the classroom and us up here. It's, I feel like Dr. Moore communicates with his administration.
Partnerships to help support
They
teachers.
probably would all report they feel supported, but then when they have so many teachers under them, the folks that have shared with me why they've left, it's because, they have said the
Now,
same
this
thing or
is
whatever,
also
expressed their
fiscal
concern.
resources.
And at the building level,
Well, human and
it was
physical.
not.
Human and
It was
physical,
all
those are really, those two right
even
there are
discussed.
definitely
So that's the
human
kind of thing
resources.
that,
That's the human resources.
we have the goal.
Yeah.
We're
I'm
just
not sure
talking
you all
like,
wanna
when
work
she's
on
trying to
the
help us
fiscal
break down what support looks
Right,
like,
you have the experts
I was
sitting
just
right
Yeah.
beside you.
trying to articulate for her what I mean by that.
Well,
I haven't
think
heard
one of
any
the things that we
instances
talked about in the
I
old
know you
plan
mentioned
was
that.
And I
effectiveness
have,
and efficiency.
I
Okay.
can share that.
And something that I learned through a PD that I did this year was that
But we
you can be efficient but not be effective.
That's true.
So we shouldn't be using both of those in our thing.
I
So
share
I think, yeah, you did.
You're right.
It's
Yeah.
really all about being effective. Are we being effective with our resources?
Right.
And measurements for how we show how we're being effective.
Right.
You can be as efficient as you want, but if you're not effective, it doesn't mean anything. That's
right.
And so I think one of the things that we need to focus on in the new plan needs to be efficiencies. How do we show that we're being, I'm sorry, effectiveness. Effectiveness. How do we show we're being effective with the resources we've been given? And some of that can be what we already report out to you all the projects and things we're doing, the grants that we're receiving, the ways that we're building processes to maximize the amount of work we can do with the hours we're given. And so I think part of this has to be about the effectiveness and how we show those indicators.
And it's multifaceted, and that's what we're,
What do we
So
want?
to
I mean, I
what
think
you
that,
just
and I've shared this
said,
with Dr. Gordon,
thinking about the word expand, because
that
many of that we
there
already have
isn't
baseline.
consistency,
So
even
it's
within a
always
building,
good to have
at
baseline.
Nancy River, for example, and how
Started, so you can
referrals
do
are
it.
addressed. If you have a couple administrators that they have a 48-hour rule in their mind, to make it a realistic and very real
our
consequence.
effective-
It's immediate.
Well, it's-
And then there's another there that
it's hard to
said,
break
you know,
those
it's
up, isn't
pretty
it?
low on my totem pole, I'll get to
expanding-
it, my goal is 2 weeks. And so that kind of thing, that inconsistency
See, it's hard to do that because
creates
we
this,
really, the indicators that we have
yes, this
are maybe not just
unpredictability with the
figures
kids,
to
where
Figure
they're
out
like,
who should, right, who should see the,
well, not only that, but the
look at
kids
how much
know,
money
like,
we
okay, well,
spend
if it's a
to go to
crapshoot, if
so-and-so
I'm gonna
is
get called
right.
down or not,
Things
so
like
let's
See,
go for it.
that's not gonna give
And
you
so
the
that
full
kind of thing, that
thing.
breaks
So
down.
teachers
Some of
write
it
the
has to be
referral,
measured
the
by
principal
the
might
facility
need to
stuff.
see the
Right? How much have
2
we
to
done
3
of that
weeks,
work?
and this person literally said it's
Others
low
has
on
to
my
be measured
totem
by,
pole, but I
did
will
the
get
city
to
give
it.
us money for CIP, right?
That's
Because
right.
are we being
I mean, I shared
efficient
that with
with
him
that
and left that
money?
for him to handle, but
Right?
that's the kind of
Effective
thing
with that
that,
money.
when that
and
snowballs,
so
then
it's-
there's
the
two
indicators are very
administrators that
different
feel
for
like they're
that than
toeing
they
the
would
line
be
and doing
for,
their job, and then this guy is the favorite over here, because he's
just
not enforcing.
efficiency.
And then
and
the
the kids,
teachers
and the
also
kids
feel
know,
like,
and the kids
We'll have to
know.
find a way to measure
and the teachers
the
also know,
effectiveness,
like,
and that's the one piece I
is
haven't
this
worked
worth
on
my
yet.
time to write this out, and it's gonna end up in
It's
that
in our
next?
indicators, and I think
then
some
they're
of
like,
it, we need
are
to,
there
is
steps
just
that
what you did, list the
feel like
different ways
are
that
there
we can
steps
show
that-
effectiveness, like in our operational
Are there
spend,
steps that
like
people must
in
follow?
our-
Bring a chair over here
what we
and join
present
us.
to the board, like they
Are
are
there
always
steps
communicating with.
that
That's some of
people
the
have to go
indicators.
through
That's a check
before they
to say,
send it
yes, you
down
all
to
are
the
doing this,
So
or
I
no, you're
think
not.
this is not our lane.
Well,
This is not our lane.
if we're trying to decide
Effective of our
what
operations
we're
and
doing.
fiscal responsibilities.
what is our lane then?
Right,
What's
operations
the
and fiscal
issue?
responsibilities.
You're
see
saying
it,
that
we're-
they're not doing what they're supposed to be
So-
doing. Give us some suggestions as to what you think they ought to do.
And I did with Dr. Gordon. I just said, I think that there needs to be some consistency, especially at the secondary level, with you communicate to your administrators. You know, there don't have to be a hard and fast rule necessarily in the policy handbook that, you know, referrals will be addressed within 72 hours. I think that's reasonable. But in giving him the day-to-day operations, my overarching goal was there needs to be some consistency in how discipline is handled across
Demonstrate.
the secondary schools, within the building and across the district.
Do you think that, Sherry, what do you think?
I think demonstrate would be better than expand, because we already have many of these things in place, but you want to demonstrate year to year.
What teachers have said, and it would be a drop in concern. And so we need those,
Increased
we need to know where we are now.
Increased
Accomplish.
effectiveness.
So look on there, so look
They're
on
not
there.
on this.
Absolutely.
It doesn't speak specifically to discipline on any
so
of
good
my
at this.
questions.
We had a whole workshop on discipline.
Well, they did, I know they did that, but I'm saying as far as the exit survey that came from the teachers, that was the work of Dr. Brown and his.
Exciting.
How many kids there were. So from that, we can go in.
Operations and fiscal
From the data.
resources.
So
We can go
that's a
into that.
goal. That's a
That's a goal.
That's not an indicator.
That's a goal.
That is a goal.
Sherry?
All of those.
We want to make sure
do we
you
wanna see
indicate
it
that
diminished?
there, that's one of the goals.
What are the teachers that you're talking
And then
about
we can look
saying
at
that?
indicators.
All right, we got 2 indicators for this.
So
Yes.
I think the most
we
common
all
thing
had
was
dance
just
class
outright
because she
disrespect
said
cussing
one.
in the
So you all
classroom and
already
things not being held
Uh-oh,
accountable.
we got another goal.
The teachers
All
are
right, we
your
need some
peers,
indicators.
and that shows up
So
here in teacher
Wendy
indicators
just provided
and the respect, but I think we're seeing 2 different indicators.
some that
One, we
we're
have to
already
address
doing,
the number of discipline
making sure we're
issues. But
demonstrating that
number
we're still
2,
being effective, that
we
we
have
continue
to have the teachers
increasingly
feel like it's worth their time to address.
Can I jump in real quick?
Okay, all right.
We're talking about percentages, so discipline, I suggest if that's the indicator we want to look at, then how much are we wanting to?
And this can be, indicators that you can use for
that's what
this
those,
are things like
surveys have
the
those
age of our
results. I know
fleet.
They're not on these
Okay,
sheets,
right?
but there are.
Because if we have
so
fleet
that-
that's old,
So that-
buses,
so the next time we come
cars,
together,
that are
we
20 and
need
30
that
years old, how
data.
efficient
What do the
are
teachers
they?
say?
How much are
What
they on the
is
road?
the-
How much are we fixing them?
what
You see
is
what I
the
mean?
district
So that would be an indicator, would be
at the end of
the
the year,
age of the
whatever
fleet
was
that we're
So
using.
we present Bernice to
decreasing
give
the
us
age of
the final counts of
Okay?
because that has a lot to do with how much money we have to put out to see
Exactly.
the teacher.
And the same thing, think about HVAC systems and roof systems and things like that, that are all part of that facility study that we are trying very hard to upgrade and whatever.
See, to
Are
me,
we
that's not an
decreasing
indicator
the average age
because
of the
teachers
roofs?
leave despite that.
Decreasing
It's
the
not an
average age of the
indicator of writing
HVACs.
referrals.
Those are all
Any
indicators.
teacher knows that a principal can stand up at the beginning of the year and say,
I would say fleet, be very specific,
and that
because
number drops.
Well,
So that's not
that's
an
which
indicator.
types of equipment that you really can't do that. If you said fleet, you could say fleet, you could say computers, you could say, I mean, there's,
We don't want to appreciate,
we have a things never appreciated value. Fleet is a huge one, because if you think about the 150 buses we have, okay, and then we have probably another 75 other vehicles on the road.
I dare say
and-
that
and-
most principals.
You know, you're looking at maybe for the white fleet, you're looking at,
I have no knowledge of that. I'm
Fixing
speaking
that.
to
That's
it.
not, that's just.
Even outside of that statistic, I'm saying hesitant to
Because
say.
they're old.
and they're off the road because of repair work, and then you're looking at the person doesn't have them to do what they need to do. So the fleet, the average age of the fleet, average age of HVACs and roof systems, decrease.
And I'll give an example with this.
The
Like, my
average
teachers were
age
probably sat them down with the handbook, explained
of the
like the state requirement.
Fleet vehicles.
Expel a kid, you know.
That covers both
and so
white
what I had to
and
do
yellow.
was
Fleet,
explain
yellow
to
is the buses and white is the other.
I supported it, and then go into the examining.
And then also decrease
Talking about discipline, I find myself having been in that role.
the average age
Understand.
of we'll call major systems, which will capture roofs and
And that's
HVACs.
the same terminology
After having an
used in
issue. And so going back to the discipline, if we're wanting, we don't want teachers to feel like they're not being supported when it comes to discipline. So what does that look like? What would that look like as far as teacher?
We don't want to talk about
in a goal? Because I do think that's a good indicator.
But that costs.
I would say a follow-up to the teacher on the
Here's some,
referral. This
just
is
some
what happened.
offline things I can tell you. 3 years ago, we were talking about playgrounds and how terrible they were. We're down to 2 playgrounds that need to be replaced, and the money is sitting there to replace them.
Processes because of what's required.
Just 3 years ago, none of them had been out. Do you see what I mean? When we make something a focus,
All that plays a role.
we whittle it away until it's done. And that's what, again, I see that as an effectiveness, not so much an efficiency, but an effective way to do things. We've identified a problem. 3 years later, that problem doesn't exist.
Yes, it is.
And every single playground has at least one piece that is inclusive. At least one that's inclusive. We did not have that here in Suffolk for
Consistently
30 years
apply
ago,
policies.
right? For the past 30 years.
Protocol or
So we've
whatever you
made
wanna
huge
call it,
strides
across
just in
the
that one
district,
area.
And it's not left
You
up
know?
to
So that's the
That's a check
concept.
and balance.
you know,
So that's
how
a
what
great
they
example.
feel
what they
like
feel like
their
they miss
relationship with one teacher over
We're able to
another.
say, okay,
Because
the
it,
age of
to
our
me, it comes
systems
down to
right now
communication.
is
There is,
this.
my understanding,
This
correct me
year,
if I'm wrong,
we've been able
it is
to
part of the
do
referral
this.
process that there,
We have
the
a
administrator
measurable.
that handles it has to write what the response was, whether it was a conversation, whatever. And then the teacher does eventually see that. The breakdown there is, like at River, the administrator that takes 2 to 3 weeks to do that, and then it gets back to the teacher, and in that 2 to 3 weeks, the kid's been in there steadily,
SPS
behaving the
will
same way. It's
demonstrate
discouraging, and it makes
increase
you
effectiveness
feel like,
of
why did
operations
why did I
just for
bother?
research.
We can't nip a behavior in the
Increase
bud
the
and
average
talk
age of
about it
fleet
later.
And let me give you another scenario. How about the fact that if I have, if I'm principal
The
at
other
a
one is
school, and I have
SPS will develop processes and strategies for the hiring and retention of quality instructional and non-instructional staff. Our indicators
of the
expand our
60 or
college and
70,
university
the kid
partnerships
goes
to
to
help
70
support teacher and staff certifications,
but he only gets
to
referred out of the
evaluate
central
and increase
class
annual local
repeatedly.
retention.
And that is a
The child
conversation
is
with
a
the
problem. Why is he on it?
That's really good.
Very good.
10 o'clock.
Very good.
This
And I'll
is
type
class.
it.
Now,
We know, we thank you.
Thank you all for your help.
And I tend to, look at, is it the combination of this with,
She was so excited.
Is it the subject? Does he
is
have
it
a
the
disability we
subject,
haven't
does he have a
detected yet?
disability?
Is it the
Does he
time?
I love it.
Right, is it
Thank you so much.
stuff, does he have
I was happy to have you,
sugar meltdown?
because we need that extra.
All of those things come into play, but if I find that I have one teacher.
We've been very productive.
6 on the team,
Extremely, we have
one
two.
teacher who constantly puts the kid out of class, then it may not be the chair.
It might not, but it's worthy of a team discussion, but I see that as an isolated,
I'm finally
What I'm
the
saying, the
procedure in place
principal-
for that.
Then the principal who is doing this wrong thing may be the isolated principal. So it,
Oh, I'm not accusing anybody of anything wrong. I'm
we
saying this
need
is my
some more
observation.
minutes. Okay.
I think we should stick to our
Okay,
schedule.
so we are tasked with the writing the goals for school culture and climate.
Schedule.
Can
People
we borrow
don't
this for a
like,
second? So this is what we did as
people
far
don't
as.
like to be waiting. This is not,
So we
it's
basically combined
disrespectful
these
to have
two
people wait
into
and
one
wait and not
goal,
keep.
because they both address culture and climate. It's the kids' learning environment, but it's also the people who are learning. So we have this overarching goal for culture and climate, and now we're discussing indicators.
I'll be praying.
So what does it look like? Well, discipline is a concern, how it's handled, and is it consistently handled in a timely fashion? And then teacher support, which Gabriel was saying, ties back to the discipline aspect. Because when they don't feel supported, it's because kids are repeating behaviors and not held accountable for it. So we were just trying to hash out indicators related to this.
See, I have some suggestions, but not hope that you need to listen.
Okay,
I believe that there needs to be more of an administrative presence throughout the building. When I was the unit director, I always said one guy on his feet, three guys who just sit in the seat. But mainly visibility. I know one thing when Mr. Garton's principal he stood at the base of the school when you came in from student or bus ramp, and you knew that you couldn't do anything crazy or mischievous because Mr. Darton was there. Mr. Darton also did an excellent job of communicating back to the teachers. For an example, I use myself. I got in trouble for something. He took me back to the teacher. He said, I can't suspend him for this because he needs to be in this room at this moment. But Mr. Riddick, if you get in any more trouble, we have argued for we're going home, and I don't want to hear any excuses. So it's mainly, I would just say, clear-cut, straightforward communication in a timely manner. I have received complaints from bus drivers who said that they felt that they were, ignored. They would write referrals, and one of them even had the principal said, "I'm not going to suspend anybody for this." So they stopped writing it. And I do understand, but how do the key question is, okay, is how do we address behaviors? So how do we that addressing behavior is not just a school thing, it's how do you address a lot of these kids come to school with a lot of their personalities already in them. So how do we get home on board? Because what's deemed respectful per school policy may
Be perfectly
be
normal
at home.
And even, right.
So are we
Yeah.
effectively communicating what we're going to take and what we're not going to take? And are we sticking to it? Because we say uniform policy, then it needs to be uniform policy and no deviations.
And I think the communication, where I heard you talking about the communication, another strategy, if that's a concern, that would support, and all that goes into strategies for the indicator, because again, as a former administrator, I had to follow the state guidelines too, but communicating that with the teacher or the bus driver and the things that we did, teaching our kids, because they do come with baggage, and teaching them the expectations. We can't say teaching the teachers the expectations and sharing, again, communicating, and I think that's a strategy to support that indicator. And to me, and it's just my opinion, think about when I've had to write goals for my school improvement plan, how are we, for the percentage, obviously we know a lot of teachers, the discipline is what they're not necessarily happy with or what have you based on survey. So we want to improve that.
Right.
How do we improve that? The overall arching goal, and the indicator being the discipline, the communication, what else did we say?
Consistency, timely resolution.
And then the examples of what does that look like.
Right.
Making sure to complete the referrals. And that's my suggestion on.
And I agree with you. I think if we implement those things there, discipline is an elephant. You're not going to eat it in
Right.
in one session. It's many components that feed into discipline. For example, if you ask me to read aloud and I can't read that
That's
well, I'm
right.
going to create a disturbance because I don't want nobody else to
That's
know
right.
I can't read.
That's right.
And at the
If
same
my
time.
basic needs are not met at
Right,
home,
right. At the same time, if I suspended you, you've already been struggling, now I've
Now
got you
you're
back
further
in
behind.
class and you're behind, you're gonna be even more upset. You're gonna act out, and the teacher, who is already frustrated because they've got a lot to do and they have a lot to teach.
so this
It
is one
is a
of,
lot.
So this is one of those components that I believe you're going to have a village concept to address. We can address the part that only applies in school, but we need other community stakeholders such as parents, as partners, and others
Yes.
to really weigh
Yeah.
into this.
And I do know, just based on meetings we've had, that is the goal, with making sure we involve the community and that they understand
Yeah,
the
that is its own
expectation.
separate focus area.
A uniform expectation,
But that,
because
but I think that that is another one that we could look at, especially if we talk about climate and communication. Getting to know parents, one of the best things that happened for me, both as a teacher and as an administrator, was kids didn't know when I was going to show up at your house. If your parents could not come to school, because for all parents, I mean, I've worked in schools where parents do come and can come because they had money and jobs that had leave, and then in schools where they did not. And I'd have to go to their house to get the IEP signs and get whatever else I had to go over those things. And when you have to do that and kids know that they're going to see me after school, that makes a difference. It really does. And they know that I'm going to communicate directly with Talon's mom and dad, and they know that I'm going to show up. And when they see that car come around the corner, it's not a happy event for some who have not done what they're supposed to do.
the other aspect I would say, and some people may disagree with that, and that's fine, but what is our staff connectedness to our communities?
Absolutely.
Because a lot of people don't live in the community where they teach or don't have a need to go in there other than for work. So for me, I knew if I saw Miss Williams at the grocery store and my mom happened to be there at the same time on my
There was gonna be a
dad, that's it.
conversation.
So
There
I
was
knew
gonna be a
around Miss Williams I had to
conversation,
get it
right? There
together.
was going to be a
Yeah,
conversation.
and I think that ties into the community engagement focus area that I guess we'll get to eventually.
So
But
discipline
for
is a bigger,
culture and it is a
But-
big
but
one,
it
but at
helps-
the
but it
building
helps
level,
with
for the
that.
purpose of this goal,
yeah, at the
we need
building level.
indicators that are within our immediate
Within our
control.
immediate control.
And to me, that would be communication between administrators and teachers, consistent and timely.
Yeah, I would just say randomly, for me, my indicators that it's working would be surveying the staff more frequently, because you can't. I wouldn't want to look at the base number of referrals as my final as to whether it's working or not, because being a former employee, I know how that can be manipulated. But if I can reach out to the staff and say, hey, do you feel supported? And if not, what could we do to assist? That
Just
way you
ask
have a
somebody
vote.
and be ready for
If
a
you-
real answer.
Well, I guess my thing is, well, how do you stop the, if you surveyed us after every school board meeting, you probably get a different answer after meetings that were short than you get after meetings that were long. And your survey data would be worthless because you get a different response.
Well, you would see a pattern over time. I
Well,
just think having a
absolutely.
touch
And
point
then-
where the
so
staff can
you
approach
would-
the administrator,
Right.
whether it's at a staff meeting or once a month, whatever, check in, just to,
See, because from this, it's going to open up a whole, for lack of better terms, a whole can of worms. Because the question is, I would ask is, do staff feel comfortable enough to
Well,
be
it's an-
authentically themselves
It's
to open up?
anonymous. It's an anonymous survey. Now, the only problem with what you have asked, some of you have asked, not all of you, but when some of you ask for particulars about the schools and who asked what, then you can zero in on the person. That's why you haven't gotten the data. If you look at it generally, then you don't know who said what. And that's why you're looking at it generally, because you don't know who said what. You've talked to individuals, and sometimes people will assume that because you talk to somebody, that's the way everybody feels, or because you talk to somebody, that's the way everybody feels. And everybody doesn't feel that way.
No, I agree.
And so because, and I know, I'm not saying you or you all as individual people, but oftentimes when you engage in conversations, people feel that way. So we just have to be careful or be mindful of it. But we need to get going
think we're
because
holding up the-
everybody else
yeah.
is back. Okay.
well, we gotta go.
But thank you for your work.
I
We
can keep
appreciate
this
it.
right.
Sure. You want the rest of it? This one went with the,
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for your work, and thank you, staff members, Dr. Branch, Ms. Avery, Ms. Forsman. Thank you all for your work. Thank you for helping us through this process, and thank you, board members, for your commitment to trying to weed through this process, because we're gonna get it done. We're gonna do what we need to do and do it right. So thank you, both teams of people, for helping us get this done. Let me get my next piece of paper so that we can move forward. Mr. Waller, I believe that the next item on the agenda.
A motion is needed to go into a closed meeting to discuss the following item and subject pursuant to Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended. The discussion and/or consideration of applications submitted by citizens for appointment to serve on citizen advisory committees that include CTE, Gifted Education, the Local Advisory Committee for Special Education, Parent Advisory Council, Safety Audit, and School Health Advisory Board, which is authorized by Section 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended.
Thank you. May I have a motion? It's been moved. May I have a second?
Who moved? I'm sorry.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins moved. Ms. Mayo seconded. Board members, please vote. Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
No, I'm voting no.
We don't need an explanation for a no, only for this abstention.
Excuse me?
We do not need an explanation for a no, not for the media or anyone else.
I want
Only
to
for
give an
absent.
explanation to
You
my
may
no
have
vote.
board member comments.
No,
Continue the roll call,
the protocol
please.
is that it is to happen
Continue
within
the roll call,
when I say
please.
no. Mr.
Go on.
Waller,
Board
I
Chair,
appeal to you, Mr. Waller. You tell me I couldn't say it at the end, but that I needed to explain my no. Mr. Waller?
Is there an explanation necessary for a no or for an abstention?
Yes, there is an explanation needed for the public. Yes,
Is there an
absolutely.
explanation necessary for a no, Mr. Wall?
The way, once the vote is called for, there is no more discussion. The time to get the discussion in is if there's any unreadiness for the actual vote. And then you state your unreadiness at that time, at which time you can indicate the reason that you will be voting no.
There was
Okay.
no call for a discussion.
That we have already started?
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. We will recess. We will move into the closed session. Thank you. You need to turn in your electronic devices.
resolution of certification of the closed meeting of August 11th, 2022, pursuant to Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended. Whereas the School Board of the City of Suffolk convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. Whereas Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by the school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the school board of the City of Suffolk hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, number one, only business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this resolution of certification applies. And two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the school board of the City of Suffolk.
Is there a motion?
I move that we accept the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there questions? Okay.
Yes, there's a discussion. Yes, I will be voting no, and the reason is I believe this was not a meeting that needed to be held or required by FOIA. I don't believe that this was in the spirit of openness for the public to know about our choices of citizens. This could have been an open discussion. These are citizen volunteers. And I don't believe that us going into closed session was in the spirit of the law of FOIA, so therefore I will be voting. That's the reason I'm voting no.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
No.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. We are going to take a 20-minute recess. When the recess is completed, we will resume the regular school board meeting. Thank you.
Get your electronic devices.
No, I had to ask Mr. Waller what the first.
Good evening and welcome. For those of you who are joining us for the regular meeting of the Suffolk School Board, Mrs. Mayo, Board Member Mayo from the Holy Neck Borough will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We need a motion for the approval of the agenda for this evening.
I move that we approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the agenda. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. We have no citizen comments on the agenda items, so Mr. Superintendent, we'll move forward with your reports.
Yes, I'm going to call to the podium Ms. Antoinette Dickens, our Community Engager Officer, to give the good news report. In her report, she's going to talk about our outstanding teachers, 2 of them that were selected by Project Lead the Way, highlighting John F. Kennedy Middle School's Summer STEM Camp, more grants and awards that have been awarded to Suffolk Public Schools, a special video on Trillington Woods, and then I will close out with the calendar of events. Ms. Dickens? Gotta push the button.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Gordon. Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Madam Chair, and members of the school board, also those watching our meeting this evening. Suffolk Public Schools has had several highlights and accomplishments to share in Project Lead the Way. This year, we have 2 specialty program teachers who are 2022-2023 Outstanding Project Lead the Way Teacher Award recipients. Those teachers are Miss Sarah McDonald, Biomedical Sciences teacher at Lakeland High School, and Miss Dawn Roundtree, who teaches engineering at Nansemond River. We've had 2 out of 59, so there are 2 out of 59 teachers in the entire country to receive this award, and we are so proud to recognize these teachers tonight for their accomplishments. We've had several initiatives this year during our summer months, such as our SPS Summer Explore program and SPS Summer Bridge. Tonight, we just shed a little light on our John F. Kennedy Middle School Summer STEM Camp. John F. Kennedy Middle School partnered with the Naval Information Warfare Center to provide an opportunity for underrepresented students in our community. Mr. Sean Frazier and his team provided the STEM activities, snacks, lunch, and swag bags for all participating students. And Suffolk Public Schools provided transportation for those students. And 2 of our science teachers at JFK helped facilitate the activities each day. The science department is appreciative to Principal Chanel Woods for allowing this camp to partake in her building to serve her student population. We're also excited to announce that Suffolk Schools received the School-Based Health Workforce Grant, which gives the opportunity for school divisions to establish, expand, train, and sustain their school health workforce. School divisions are eligible for $80,000 of initial funding to support initiatives aligned with the recruitment, retention, and educational development of school health personnel, in addition to the opportunity to invest in activities that improve the quality of work of school health professionals by making improvements to school health systems. Now, most of us know Turlington Woods as an alternative school here in our school division, and though that may be the case, most people are not familiar with the benefits that the school provides for the students who attend and how Principal Kinsey Bynum has made an impact on the lives of those he serves. So tonight, we invite you to take a look inside Turlington Woods with a short video testimonial piece from our Communications and Community Engagement Team's digital media specialist, Mr. Danny Epperson.
Turlington Woods is an alternative school, and we call it an alternative family. Kids come here and we move them ahead. They come here for different types of reasons, mainly discipline issues. Instead of kicking the kid out for 180 days, they come to Turlington Woods and get their education. We got middle and high school. High school students, we try to move them closer to graduation by giving them what they need in a smaller setting. We're here to reform a kid, give them that opportunity to redeem themselves so they can go back and continue their education process.
The importance of Turlington Woods is they can continue with their education, so when they come back into the school 2 weeks, 9 weeks, half a year later, they're still caught up and able to continue right on with their studies right where they left off. Without a program like Turlington Woods, a student would be returning after a period of time but have not received any education, which really would make it hard for them to continue on and be successful during that school year academically.
Safety is a big issue. They're searched when they first come in, and they are warned. That's some of the safety things that we have in place.
A lot of times people have a negative perception of Turlington Woods until it's their kid that actually made the poor choice. If you are assigned to Turlington Woods, it doesn't mean it's the end of the world. It just means that we need to put additional supports in place to help you succeed.
It's mandatory counseling. We get to know the kids. We get to know why they did what they did. And we get to find out some of the issues that they're having. We're more therapeutic than punitive.
Wraparound services where they can have some conversations about poor choices that they made and the potential consequence. But the idea is always to get them reacclimated back into the school setting.
We come together as a whole group, Western Tidewater Community Service Board, all the services out there that's in the city that a child could have, not only the child but the family as well.
Okay, so we did the first one. Which one do you want to do next? All right, go ahead. One-on-one instruction in order to help prepare them for the test. And I know all of the teachers here are willing to do that in order to help our students find success.
My role is academics division-wide, and Turlington Woods is one of our buildings. The instruction in their academic progress remains the same as it would if they were in their home-based building. However, Turlington Woods teachers have to specialize in multiple areas within their content.
At the base school, they sometimes feel left out. We're here, we include them to make them know, okay, you can do it, you can be successful. It's all right to not get the answer right, but it is what's in the end that counts.
There's communication between the teacher and the parent through our check-in and check-out form. They get a daily grading of their child and what they're doing throughout the day here. The parent has to be a part of the exit as well.
Progress monitoring will come in and we say, well, last time he needed such and such supports. Oh, you don't need those supports anymore. So we can see the growth in that student.
And then the things that they used to do, they're telling the other students don't do it. Mm-hmm. So now they're becoming model students.
I have a great staff. They build that relationship with kids that make them want to come back.
Sometimes we are the only positive role models they see. That puts a lot of responsibility on us to be the best that we can be for them.
Our goal is to make sure that all of our kids have the opportunity to graduate on time, to make sure that all of our kids understand that they're going to get everything they need to be successful.
Community support. Churches come in, Pastor Wilkins come in, we do have art therapy, Suffolk Women's Club. It takes a village to raise a child.
I had this boy picking on me, and his friends was picking on me. Got into a little altercation. I pulled the taser out, and I tased them, all three of them. I went to a hearing meeting. They said my grades was bad, I had straight L's. They told me I was not graduated, so I was 22. He said I need to come over here to turn it.
Kyra had been with me 3 times, getting in trouble with fighting in the community. She had gotten some charges, so she was caught up in the judicial system as well as school. Kyra had a baby. When the judge said she was gonna lock her up, she knew she needed to be there for her baby.
I was 15 when I found out I was pregnant. I just felt, I'm like, I'm gonna be on this journey by myself. That's where I got the name from, Journey. It was really hard for me to keep coming back and forth to school with no babysitter. Then, and how you gonna take care of a baby with no money, you don't have no job. So I had to get up there and I had to start working. Mr. Barney told me I can come to school every other day so I could be at home with my baby. Other days I would go to work.
Now she's focused and she wants to do better.
I was taking 19 classes, passed 5 SOLs, and English wasn't really my best subject, but when I came here, I loved the English teacher. The English teacher here is amazing.
I showed her that it didn't have to be this huge task that she saw it as. She would set goals for herself and we would check in, and she did exactly what she needed to do in order to be a term grad.
Every challenge I came across, they helped me. And I really thank them for that. It was hard, I'm not gonna lie, but I did it.
To see where she came from and where she is now. And she's graduating.
When you had this conversation with her a year ago, you would have thought it would have taken another 2 to 3 years to graduate. She got it done in 1.
If it weren't for Mr. Bynum, none of this would have happened.
I'm a father figure. Something they never had. These are the kids that I love working with. We hopefully build a better person when they leave here.
They are Suffolk Public Schools students. We're going to support them.
You can still be an athlete. You can still apply for scholarships.
That is the whole key. Here are these things that we're going to help you and your family put into place so that you can reach those goals. That's the thing I think that our kids are really probably the most appreciative of. That not only are they getting support from their individual teachers and Mr. Biden as administrator, but also knowing that they have the support of central office as well.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon, for allowing us to share just a few of the many good things that we have happening in Suffolk Public Schools.
Thank you, Ms. Dickens. And as I look out into the audience, I can see that Mr. Bynum, the outstanding principal of Trillington Woods, is here. And when we had graduation, summer school graduation last week, just to watch, and you saw a clip of it, the emotion on Kyra's face, 19 credits in 15 months. That is amazing. That is amazing, and I wanted to take some time in my closing remarks to recognize her. And I'm not sure if our entire school community just really understands the outstanding job that Mr. Bynum does. He also has to leave school to go pick up lunches and breakfast for our kids. He does that every day, and he has built such a strong relationship with the parents and the kids. One of the things that I've shared with several board members, we actually have kids that have actually decided to stay at Trillington Woods. Their time was up, their 9 weeks was up, their 180 days was up. They decided to stay at Trillington Woods because of the outstanding supports and the culture and climate that he has built. So, Mr. Bynum, publicly, I want to say thank you and congratulations for a job well done. Kyra is just one of those success stories of all the hard work that you've done. So thank you, Mr. Bynum.
Before you say anything else, board members, Do you have comments you'd like to make? Because I know I do. Board members. Mr. Reddick.
So much I can say, because I got to witness a lot of these interactions firsthand. And I can always say, Mr. Bynum, you've always had what was in the best interest of our students at the forefront of your mind, leading your team, inspiring to share vision, and modeling the way. We're also fortunate to also have Officer Haywood here, because she had a hand in that great success as well. Being able to see it in person, how you all work together as a team from intake to the kids exiting out of the program. I can talk to her from firsthand. This is one of the success stories that was not shared tonight. There was a young man who had purchased in his mind to drop out of school year before last. He was 12th grade student. And this young man didn't see the need to complete an education. And I can talk about that young man because he's my brother. And as much as I pushed him, he didn't want to do it. As much as the family at home pushed him, we weren't connecting with him. But Mr. Bynum, you got in your vehicle. You came to the house. You pulled him and you talked to him and you said, no, you're going to finish school. And that young man changed his mind, and he finished school and he graduated on last school year before this one. Those are the success stories that I like to talk about, because truly we get to see the heart of you, Officer Haywood, and the other staff who are down in the trenches day to day, dealing with our students. And we know that there are good days and there are bad days, but you make each day count and you don't hold the preceding day over their head for the new day. And I just want to say thank you, Mr. Bynum, for all that you and your staff are doing at Turlington. If there's anything that I can do to support and assist you all in going forward, I'm just a phone call away, because you all truly make a difference. You all are a rock star. I would like to give you the Rock Star of the Year award if we had one, because you do deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you, board members. Board Member Story.
Well, I can't imagine anyone saying it better than what Mr. Riddick just said it. I mean, that summed it up. He knows personally what a great job he did. And I don't think I could add anything to the great comments that he just offered to you and the community and the efforts at Tallwood. So I won't offer anything. I'm going to just say thank you, Mr. Riddick, very much for eloquently putting that. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Howell.
I'm grateful to have watched the video and gotten a glimpse into what goes on day to day at Turlington Woods. You know, the perception, as it was said, is that the school for kids that are in trouble and whatnot. So I'm grateful to see the positive energy, and that you all don't give up on the kids who've already given up on themselves. So I just pray that you keep that spirit, and that your endurance and your passion for it continues, because I know the work is hard. Those are special kids, and they need special people working with them that believe in them and can convince them to believe in themselves again. And so I'm just grateful for that.
What everyone said, thank you. What everyone said, ditto to that. And I'm excited and I'm grateful for you for having the heart, and your staff having the heart, because it can't be just any ordinary person that does this. You have to have the heart for the students, and to let them know, like we said a few weeks ago at a luncheon, that we all make mistakes. And you are part of the solution, not holding them hostage for the mistakes that they made, but letting them know that you're going to guide them, you're going to lead them, and they will also become leaders and help others. And we saw that in the video. So I just applaud you and your entire staff, because your staff is doing what they see you do. So thank you very much.
Board Member Mayo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bynum, I certainly want to thank you for all you're doing over at Turlington Woods, and the video was excellent, which gives us an idea of a day in the life of the school and what you have to offer, your staff, and how committed you are to our students. Your dedication and your commitment are most appreciated, and thank you for not giving up on our students. Wonderful program, and just thank you so much, and keep up the great work.
Thank you, Mr. Bynum. One of the early jobs, I can't say the very first one, but one of the early jobs I had was alternative school. And the interesting thing about the job is that people don't understand it. Several of us served on the pupil personnel committee that we used to have. And when we had that committee and students were assigned to alternative school, people did not understand what that meant. And of course, reputation always follows those kinds of things. But Dr. Gordon and I had a conversation, I guess, maybe about a month ago. And I was telling him that I was principal of a school for children with severe disabilities for about 7 years. And so to get people to understand, we used to do a video. And before I'd let people walk through my school, they'd have to look at the video, which took about 15, 20 minutes so that they could see the students that we had, so that they could know and better understand what we did. I think that we have captured the soul of what you do and what you do every day, going out of your way to make sure that if they don't have a wonderful experience before 8 o'clock or after 4 o'clock, they have a great experience while they're with you. And we can't say thank you enough times for you doing what you do. And for those who criticize the kinds of things we do, I want to tell you that this is what restorative justice looks like. This is what it looks like. Yes, you did make a mistake, but we have a way for you to work your way back. And we can forget all about that stuff that you did and give you a chance. We want to thank to our police officers for what they do when they stand with you to help a child find their way back to where you need to be so that you can be a productive citizen. And so we just thank you. I got a chance to meet Kyra and her beautiful baby, and just to applaud her and cry with her a little bit because of the success that she's going to make with her life. And we just want to thank you and the staff there, the police officer who helped her, the staff, the teachers, and the aides there, and everybody else who played a role in her life. And thank you to our technology staff for helping us put this into that video so that people can see what we do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the superintendent's report, I did want to announce that yesterday, Dr. Branch and I and several other members of the SPS team attended the All District Reads event at the Hilton Garden Inn. SPS is going to participate and read this book here, Playground Millionaire, coming up in the fall. This is another aspect that several school divisions, or we're going to be partnering with Norfolk, but this is actually something that actually kicked off in Arkansas, Little Rock, Arkansas, to help all of our kids to be able to read. I was so excited about that to hear from a former superintendent who helped to spearhead this program. Today, Dr. Branch, Dr. Byrd, Dr. Leitner, and Mr. Skinner and I also attended the Virginia Infrastructure Academy at Camp Community College. Once again, our partnership with Camp from the president, Dr. Corey McCrae, the outstanding work and the new programs that are being put forth. We actually learned and heard from some current students that were adults that are currently in the program and really gave some testimonies on how being a part of that actually helped to change their lives. So Suffolk Public Schools was recognized several times today from several speakers, and we're excited to continue our partnership with Camp Community College. For the calendar of special events, Madam Chair, I'll be doing my next Facebook Live on Monday, August 15th at 2 o'clock p.m. To kick off discussions about the 22-23 school year, our new initiative with community leadership, and some other activities that we want to make sure that our school community is aware of. September is National Hispanic Heritage Month. Labor Day holiday, September 5th, but the first day of school is going to be the next day, Tuesday, September 6th. Our next school board meeting is September 8th. National Arts and Education Week is September 11th through the 17th. National IT Professionals Day, Mr. Littlefield, is September 20th. And the first day of autumn or fall this year falls on September 22nd. So we are so excited that we are a little over 3 weeks away from the first day of school. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions? Okay, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks-Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, we can move to new business. We have recommendations to the Citizens Advisory Committees. These are from board members only. Do we have a motion to approve the recommendations from board members only? These would be the 7 members to each committee from board members only. Do we have a recommendation?
I move that we approve the appointments.
Is
A
there
second.
There's a motion to approve the appointments. Other questions?
Madam Chair, I think those names should be read so that way the public will know the names that you're voting on.
Okay. Would you read the names for each committee? Madam Clerk.
Yes, and they are also in ESB.
And they're also located in the ESP
Yes.
for the public. Okay, thank you.
Career and Technical Education Advisory Council, Teresa Evans Anderson, Mike Goodwin, Ivana Wallace. Gifted Education Advisory Committee, Megan Holcomb, Russ Terillian, Ryan Carley, Nicole Barnes. The Local Advisory Committee for Special Education, formerly known as SEAC, Jamelia Heredia, Jessica Lays Smith, Sierra Chavis. The Parent Advisory Council, formerly known as Title I, Elizabeth Green, Carl Jackson, Paula Doja, Sierra Chavis. School Health Advisory Board, Regina Tyndall, Carly Bosco, Janice M. Copeland, Mavis Miltier. The School Safety Audit Committee, Jonathan Rankin, Jeannie Swain, Eric George, Carlton Williams, and Brandon Rondelman.
That's it.
Is that, okay, these are the names. The names.
Board members,
Now
please.
we're ready to vote.
No.
I'm sorry.
Did you ask for any comments before the
I
vote?
asked for them before.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I asked for them after the motion was made. And then Mr. Wallace said the names needed to be read aloud.
Right, so now I would like to make a comment before I vote. All right, so thank you. I'm voting no, and this is the proper place to vote no. I don't object with any of the people that have been put on the committees, but I do object because I feel that there would be no harm in, again, extending. We have very few of the committees full. We need to come up with means to let more of the 90,000 people of Suffolk know about these committees. I don't feel that they have, I think we should do everything we can to try to get these committees filled with citizens. I have some new ideas how to reach out in Chuckatuck. So my no vote is because I don't think we have to do this tonight, and I think these people have already volunteered. They're not going anywhere. So I want to give more time to recruit citizens in each of the boroughs, and many boroughs do not have a full roster of citizens on the committee. So that's my reasoning for voting no.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Abstain.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
No.
Board Member Story?
No.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Next item, SBS Summer Series. This is an information item. Will be presented. Dr. Gordon.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium Dr. Akima Branch, Chief Academic Officer. She's going to provide the board, as we have done every year, with a recap of our summer series program, highlighting different aspects of summer schools. She will also be assisted by Dr. Shanette Bird, Chief of Schools. Dr. Bird, Dr. Branch.
Thank you. Greetings, Madam Chair, members of the school board, Dr. Gordon, and our viewing audience. Today we will share an update of our summer series program that we have just concluded. We will start with an update of summer series, followed by programming. We'll talk about our community partners and our summer graduation. This year's summer program started July 5th and ended on July 4th. We had 19 days of direct instruction versus the hybrid approach that we utilized last year. Our elementary level was housed at Hill Point, in which we served 420 students. The focus at the elementary level was math and reading. The middle school program was held at John Yates Middle School, in which we served 378 students. You'll see in parentheses 181. Those refer to students who were in the academy program, which Dr. Branch will talk about on the next slide. Our high school program housed over 1,000 students. And you can see in parentheses the 142 were our SOL Academy students. And those are students who just needed to pass an SOL test. Finally, our ESY program housed 48 students. So we served almost 2,000 students this summer at Hill Point, John Yates, and I didn't mention earlier, Nansemond River was our high school.
All right. Our summer series contains multiple levels, and there's the tiers, we call them, are broken up based on where our students fall within our instructional tiers. So our summer school is a general portion of it where students may need some additional support in a content area, may not be as strong in a subject, and need the additional support. Our summer academy is usually for our students who have failed a content area or grade and really need more intensive, more level tier 2 or 3, pretty much tier 3 intensive support. Summer Bridge is an advancement component of our summer series, and we have Summer Bridge in 2 areas, K through 8, which was online. The students receive advanced instruction. We have assignments and activities in all content areas for them to work at their own pace virtually to prepare for the upcoming school year. At the high school in grades 9 through 12, the Summer Bridge program is face-to-face, and the students come in, like Dr. Bird said, for that direct instruction. They actually work on, in addition to advanced instruction, preparation through critical thinking skills, communication, team building, and many other aspects. They also have the additional activities like field trip to Windsor Castle, as well as working with the YMCA. So those are the 3 levels. We also included at the K through 8 levels, enrichment, which I'll show you on the next slides, some of the activities. And then our SPS Explore. The enrichment activities are built into the curriculum, and it's to give them outside opportunities to do cross-curricular activities, primarily focused in the STEM areas, for fun, but they're learning and they're doing everything is hands-on the entire time. SPS Explore is our community component of our summer series, where we invite families to join in on learning activities around Suffolk, to learn more about Suffolk and to do activities that will continue the learning for their student. Our elementary summer academy, as Dr. Bird stated, our focus was on math and reading, but it was cross-curricular. So science and history and social studies were included in that also. We did not have Chromebooks at the elementary level this year for summer series. Everything was hands-on, direct instruction. Our students were very engaged. It was wonderful to see them exploring and learning together. We had so many enrichment activities for them. They made their own Band-Aids, and that's a lot of science and math, art, and other things. And we had a wonderful list of community partners, which I'll highlight. Some of our community partners are new and some are not, but we had a wonderful each of the days, each of the weeks, our students were exposed to wonderful community partners, and we really want to highlight and thank them. Our Barks Reading Dogs, in collaboration with the Suffolk Humane Society, they had volunteers and service dogs to come out and hear the students read. And we have pictures and watched pets who seem to love being read to as the students were working through different stories and the volunteers were engaging them and questioning the answer. IdentiKid with our Suffolk Sheriff's Department enabled hundreds of our students to receive their own identification card. They signed them up for that. Additionally, Suffolk Sheriff's Department did for our K through 2 area grades, they did the Stranger Danger program to equip our students with the skills and knowledge and some tools and techniques when they are approached or witness strangers. Girl Scouts of America met with small groups of girls at each grade level to talk to them about social emotional awareness as well as arts and crafts. So it was a very engaging activity for them. Our Suffolk Mobile Library, our friends at the Suffolk Library brought in books for our students, and they allowed our students to get library cards to check out books weekly. WTKR Channel 3's Miles Henderson, who is a meteorologist, talked to our students about being a meteorologist and how much science and math you need. They were all enthralled with his message. Planet Fitness joined us this summer at the elementary level, and our students, they're in need of fitness, and they worked out the facilitators. They did a lot of exercise, they did relay races, and a lot of stretching, so that was really fun and engaging for them. And our Suffolk Fire Department, we really appreciate them. They talked to our students about how to become a firefighter and what their job entails. So we want to thank all of our community partners for their encouragement, their involvement, and our continued partnership. Our elementary summer enrichment, we had weekly thematic units for K through 5. As I mentioned earlier, our students created their own Band-Aids, which they'd have to tell you all about. It was with cotton balls and other tape, but they had to measure and work together. They also did water cycle, parachute drops, which I was there when parachutes started falling from the second floor of Hill Point Elementary School as they were measuring how long it took based on their design of the parachute. They worked on erosion and constructed a model of the ocean floor. Our middle school, summer school, and academy, our focus there, we reiterated and remediated English, math, our science and history content areas were virtual. The reading and math were face-to-face. If a student was in summer academy and failed either math or English, they got double doses of remedial math and preparation for that. If they only failed one of those subjects, or if they failed English and math, in a day they took both classes for additional reinforcement. They also had a 1-hour enrichment block at the middle school level to break up their day and again be cross-curricular and do different activities like designing a motorboat, solar plane. They did the Mariners Museum outreach, and our YMCA, another community partner, was very involved at that level as well. At the high school, our students did repeat courses, and there were 3 new courses that they could take virtually: English 12, Government, and Economics and Personal Finance. Our high school summer bridge, as I mentioned, it was grades 9 through 12. It's advanced instruction, focusing on critical thinking, communication, study skills. Again, this is advanced instruction, preparing them for their next year, self-management and responsibility. Our extended school year program, and as you may recall, extended school year is for our students with special education disabilities who they have to qualify based on their IEP and be recommended for our extended school year program. We had 48 students involved in that program at the elementary through high school level. Elementary was held at Hill Point Elementary School, and middle and high school was the ESY programs were both held at Nansemond River. Our SPS Explorer, again, that's family-based, and students could report on their adventures with their families and send pictures in to us. I included just one of the activities that they could do, a who, what, where, and but, which was an English activity. And last week, we celebrated 48 out of 58 students for our graduation. You'll see that Kings Fork High School, we had 13 graduates, Lakeland High School, 22, and Nansemond River High School, 13. That concludes the informational presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Board members, do you have any questions? This was an information item. Board Member Riddick?
And this is summer school, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I have a series of questions. My first question is, were there any classes that were waitlisted or that we had to turn students away from?
Yes. Initially, there were some waitlisted classes. Our classes maxed at 25 students. For classes where we were able to have additional staff, we did bring in those students and split classes and were able to bring those classes together.
Okay. My next question is, of the attendees of our summer series, how many attendees were from either other divisions or other settings of education, be it private school or
None of them.
None of them.
All of these were Suffolk Public Schools students. They were our priority.
Okay, thank you.
No private school, no outside divisions.
Okay, and that's none of them because none applied, correct?
We prioritized our Suffolk Public School students, and we had to cap our classes. And so our Suffolk students went on our priority list.
Okay, and were there any students who, we know we had a waiting list, but were there any students who were denied entry into summer school because we couldn't add another class in that content area? Yes, we had some classes that they were already maxed out, and so there was a deadline that students had to get their applications in for summer school. However, we had other opportunities, like they could do Virtual Virginia if they were within that time frame to apply, or they could, if they had passed the class, maybe they didn't need SOL Academy, we were able to move those students off the list. Okay, thank you.
Other board members, do you have other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank
you.
We
appreciate it. Next item on our agenda Next items on our agenda are resolutions. First resolution, 22/23-3, a resolution approving the terms and conditions of the deed of gift and donation between the City of Suffolk School Board and the City of Suffolk, Virginia. This is an action item. Could I have a motion to approve? I have a motion. Could I have a second?
A second motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we approve Resolution 22/23-3. Are there questions? Board members, Board Chair, Clerk. Sorry about that.
Board members, please vote.
There you go.
Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
The next item is Resolution 22/23-4, a resolution approving the terms and conditions of the deed of easement between the School Board of the City of Suffolk and Verizon Virginia, LLC.
I move for approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there questions? Madam Clerk?
Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Number 5, Resolution 22/23-5, a resolution approving the terms and conditions of the right-of-way agreement between the School Board of the City of Suffolk, School Board of the City of Suffolk and Virginia Electric and Power Company, D/B/A Dominion Energy, Virginia. This is an action item. Could I have a motion?
I move for approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there questions or concerns? Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. At this time, we have public speakers on non-agenda topics. Please listen carefully to the statement as read by our clerk, and please adhere to the guidelines. Thank you.
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they sign up to speak, that persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and that the members of the board and board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to the business of the school board of the City of Suffolk. 2, refrain from words or statements which, from their usual construction and common acceptance, are construed as insults intended to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes, unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comments regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate forum for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or, where appropriate, court proceeding. Expressive activities including, but not limited to, petitioning, picketing, displaying signs or posters, solicitation, demonstrating, pamphlet distribution, and conducting polls shall not be permitted in the waiting areas and corridors of any school building in which the board is meeting. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petitions, and may also make use of any chart or graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chair or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chairman or superintendent, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at tonight's board meeting. The officer shall, under the direction of the chairman, superintendent, or other presiding officer, have charge of the auditorium, the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Please state your name and address before speaking.
Mr. Travis McKinney.
Test. While she's handing that, I'll go ahead and start. Good evening, school board. I'm here for leadership part 3. Crisis management is not leadership. Earlier today, you got a presentation on SPS, Virtual Virginia. I have to ask the question, how many people on the school board saw this coming? How many of you in the school board did not realize you had a critical teacher shortage? How does this impact all the work y'all did as far as setting out your motions and goals for all these great adventures that you were presented with over the June-July timeframe? Section 221, General School Board Powers, line item 28, surveys at least annually the school division to identify critical shortages of teachers and administrative personnel by subject matter. School bus drivers report such critical shortage to the Superintendent of Public Instruction and to the Virginia Retirement System, or request the superintendent to conduct such survey and submit such report to the school board. You all get one of those? At the beginning of the school year, last year, y'all started off about 60 to 70. Nobody's quite sure the number of teachers short in the school system. This actually directly impacts my 2 children. I had to play King Solomon in my house because I have 2 kids. I had to figure out which one I'm going to put in private school. I went for the middle schooler because y'all put them in Virtual Virginia. Let's do a little recap. Last October and November, you had a couple people in Public Virginia speakers tell you that you had problems with your school teachers. In December, you had multiple speakers stand in front of you and say you got smoke coming out of the teacher's lounge. In February, you had a mention of that you had a problem with your after-school, your adult program. It wasn't until May that the school board started addressing things when you was doing your planning as far as meeting goals in this new initiative that the superintendent put out, that the motion was passed for the superintendent to produce in July the number of long-term substitute teachers that was in the system. There's a little bit of debate about that whole thing. The superintendent asked, or actually almost demanded, this is all on YouTube. This is all out there in video. Well, the superintendent practically demanded why that information was necessary. The chairwoman, for all practical purposes and in context, tried to sit there and see the side of the story from this story as far as this information is important because we need to figure out how to reduce the number of long-term substitute teachers. But in that context of it, she stated, we don't necessarily know the number. We had 100 persons or so. We're looking at a number, and we're just reducing it by a percentage. I find that striking. We don't know the number. I think it would be something if we could put a goal saying we had 100 in this year and we went to 50 next year. In continuation of that, she said, I understand where you're coming from in this story. I think that if we look at the critical shortage thing, or if we are looking at that, which we have taken off, some of it is not going to be board action, but administrative action or school board action, because we are going to be vague as to setting our goals. These are direct quotes. You can find it on the video. In May, the motion was passed. We all wanted to see the long-range school numbers. In July, the superintendent gave a presentation of findings from the climate survey. You got some of that information in front of you. That was conducted in March. Lacking in that presentation was any mention of critical teacher shortage, long-range substitution teachers. None of that information was in any of the presentations. Nor did anybody on the school board follow up and ask. See, this is a failure of leadership. You presented the problem, you asked the question, you didn't get the answer, and you never chased back after that. And here you are now at the beginning of the school year where the administration is scrambling to figure out which size Band-Aid to put on this hemorrhage because you have a critical teacher shortage. Does any of you know how many teachers you're actually lacking? Because when the superintendent stood here and gave you that great presentation in July, you were 230 teachers short. 230. I did the math. Look at his personnel reports that y'all consent to every time you come up here. Personnel report. Start with 0. Start with 0. Go through the numbers. The teachers left, teachers hired. And when he stood here, that was negative 170. If you add in the 60 to 80 teachers you started short of the school teacher, you're around 230 in July. How many of you knew that? Why were you not aware of that? See, you're sitting here right now looking at this new virtual online thing, which I'm going to tell you right now, parents are not going to be happy with. Children hate online learning. And you got this massive conflagration right here in front of you. There's a quote, just a reminder, morale is a specific period of time. Climate is a short period of time. Days, weeks, and culture is your extended period of time. Could be months, years, or how people feel about things. Our teachers were feeling tired. I find that, man, I'm so short on time. That is not leadership. Leadership, you build a spirit de corps. You get into the problem, you value your people, and you raise them up, and you have them stand and fight the fight.
Thank you, Mr. McKinney. Your time is up. Okay. Our next item on the agenda is business by board members. Mr. Riddick, would you like to start?
I prefer to not start. But if you want me to,
Ms. Story, you want to begin? Okay. All right.
Good evening. Thank you all for being here, those that are in attendance and those that are watching online. I know it's still summer, and many of you are traveling or you're just in that easy rhythm of summer. So I understand the numbers in attendance have been low in person, but I would encourage you, with school starting in less than a month, to get on board with your PTA at your schools. That's a way to get involved and show your kids what it's like to be engaged and support and work together. I would encourage you to either attend these meetings or watch online, communicate with us. We are here. Keep those kiddos reading at every single grade level. There's not a point where you can comfortably say, okay, I don't need to really make that a requirement anymore. It's ongoing. We are, as adults, still learning and reading. And so please continue that habit. And if you haven't even started it yet, it's not too late. You can start tomorrow. Library cards are free. I want to explain my last vote. I believe it was the last vote, the abstain. I approve the list. I'm perfectly fine with the people that are on the list. I welcome citizen participation. I reached out and tried to encourage it when we extended the deadline. And so with that said, my abstaining was a way of, I didn't want to vote no per se and disprove or give the image that I was disproving anyone on the list. But I also recognize board members have concerns that we did not have enough participation. So I will take this time again to implore you, if you have an opinion, you have a vested interest in this community, find a way to get involved. There are opportunities. Reach out and ask. I had people reach out in the past year, and when I didn't see a whole lot of participation in what was sent to us, then I went and followed up with those people to try and get more folks engaged. Community engagement is crucial for our kids and our teachers. There's so many untapped resources in Suffolk, and we need you. So please, please reach out, step up, ask questions. If you're concerned about the process for applying, or if you're concerned about the requirements, these are just conversations to have with with regular folks. And so I would just close by saying that I hope to see more folks here in September, and I'm looking forward to seeing parent and community involvement in our schools again. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Board Member Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're absolutely correct, Board Member Howell. We need more participation. You have kids here in school, and if you want to see things done or things changed, or you want to, I'm sure you have great ideas, please participate. And being on the PTA is one of the great ways to participate with the school system. I just want to congratulate everyone who graduated in the summer school graduation. That was awesome. We employ you. We thank you for your preservation and just going forth, not giving up. And you know, you did it. Like Dr. Gordon said, it doesn't matter the date that you did it, you graduated. And we appreciate you not giving up. You had a family, you had a village behind you, and that's what we do here at Suffolk Public Schools. Board Member Riddick speaks all the time about all his programs that he has, and all of us, we back you 100%. So, you know, I just want the parents to know that we're not just up here to have a meeting once a month. We do get engaged with whatever we need to make sure that Suffolk Public School continues to be the best SPS. I want to also encourage the parents to look on the social media sites, look in the newspaper about the school, back to school giveaways. If you need help with book bags or school supplies, there are a lot of things getting ready to happen on the weekends. Look in the newspaper for the churches that's getting ready to have multiple school drives, and it will help you out a lot. And make sure that you start practicing right now, that your kids get a good night's rest. That's one of the most important things for them having a good day in school, is to make sure they go to bed on time. We have to do our part to make sure that our kids are successful. It's not just up to the teachers and everybody in the school. We as parents, me as a grandparent, we have to do our part too. And I want to just thank the parents for doing such a great job, because we have awesome students in Suffolk Public Schools, and they didn't get that way all by themselves. And thank you, Dr. Gordon, as always, and your staff and everyone that's a part of Suffolk Public Schools. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Mayo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to all again. And I'd like to offer congratulations to all who were featured during the Good News Report this evening. I wish to acknowledge and recognize the outstanding teachers who lead and coordinate the Suffolk Public Schools Project Lead the Way programs. Mrs. Sarah McDonald at Lakeland, the biomedical science program, and Ms. Dawn Roundtree at Nansemond River High School, the engineering program. Through the years, these award-winning programs have consistently received national recognition for excellence. And our students have certainly benefited from the instruction and the opportunities afforded them through these programs. Many of the students who have participated have moved on to higher education and training to pursue careers in these fields. Thanks to Ms. McDonald and Mrs. Roundtree for your dedication and for your commitment to our students. Many thanks again to Mr. Bannum and his staff for their dedication and commitment to our students at Turlington Woods. It was good to hear about the success of our summer programs. Our students were allowed to participate in new learning activities and were provided opportunities for growth in their academics. And I'd like to say thanks to all who planned the programs and to all who worked to make the summer session a reality. I know that Dr. Gordon, our Suffolk Public Schools administrative staff, school administrators, and various staff members have been working diligently to prepare for the 2022-2023 school year. In a few days, our students will return for the new school year. We look forward to what is in store for our students and for what we all can do to build the best SPS. Have a good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to make comments this evening.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Riddick?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had to take the time to ensure my words are polished and seasoned with grace. And at this time, I would like to say thank you to the citizens of the Suffolk Borough for your support and trust by allowing me to continue to have the opportunity to serve as your elected representative. I've had the privilege to attend both graduation ceremonies, the graduation in June as well as the graduation in August, and it was a blessing to witness the love and joy that families shared as they celebrated the major milestone in the lives of our students, especially that graduation in August, to see the young lady as she was so grateful and proud of her accomplishment and singing the praises of the difference that our staff has made in their lives, especially, as I said earlier, Mr. Bynum. I just want to say thank you. Thank you does not seem adequate at this moment for the work you and your staff has done. I truly wish that there was more that we can do, because oftentimes people don't realize the impact you have on the life of someone until they stop you in your tracks and make you really understand. And most people would have seen that situation and just gave up. But because of your fatherly ways and you putting wraparound services around our students who need us most, this young lady was able to cross that stage and to witness her in tears. And as her and her family celebrated that moment, it was extremely heartfelt, and it made me shed a tear or two myself. I had to get out of Dodge. Thank God for the rain that night, because you couldn't tear my tears from the raindrops. But that's how impactful that moment was. It was a very transcending moment. Let me digress. On August 2nd, 2022, I had the privilege of attending several Community National Night Out celebration. That was also a great success. Hats off to our communications department and all of our departments within Suffolk Public Schools, because we had a huge representation at a lot of National Night Out events. I mean, from the backdrops to the tents, and it was so much blue and yellow out there. I was just like, good God, it's dark, and I still see Suffolk Public Schools. That's how many of us was present, and it was a great moment. Our HR department was out there recruiting the bus drivers. Food service was out there. Everyone was out there smiling and enjoying taking a stand against crime and working together, because truly it's going to take a community effort to improve the lives of our Suffolkians, not just crime-wise, but also academically. So with that same energy, we have to engage and galvanize our community to move forward and put some tutoring programs in place in our communities. I would also like to request that at our next board meeting, at our next board work session, that we evaluate our parent advisory committees for the school year 21-22, and that we create an evaluation form or process going forward. So we will know if our committees are effective, if they are not, and if they are not, what can we do to support them in being effective? Because these are the committees that reports back to us. These are board committees. And we want to make sure that our committees are functioning to the highest level of operation as possible. I also would like the board to request a plan of action from our superintendent that address Suffolk Public Schools' plan to deal with the safety issues faced during school year 21 and 22 regarding, please hear me clearly on this part, regarding student pickup and student drop-off. We understand that there's a lot of parents who decide at the last minute that they want to transport their kids to school, and sometimes the line do wrap around beyond our control, wrap out into the street that puts the student, parents, and others at risk. So I would like to know what our division is doing to address that situation. We know it has been a problem for the last 2 years. What do we have in place to address it before we get into it? Lastly, in closing, for the residents who live in the Suffolk Borough, on Sunday, August 28th, 2022, from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m., I will be having a back-to-school jump out the gym event, well, not gym, but jump out the building event at our location at 132 Bank Street. There will be bounce houses, food, carnival games, music, and school supplies. So I would like the residents who reside in the Suffolk Borough to please take advantage of this opportunity to come and pick up back to school supplies, as well as just to come out and have one night of fun before we return back to our school session. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Story.
Yes. A couple of things I want to address, and perhaps it's just for potential change and opportunity for the school board in January. There definitely will not be two of us up here, and there might be other changes. That's up to the citizens. But number one, I hope that they will, and all citizens of Suffolk, be aware that our finances, which I have spoken a lot about, that in the ledger, in any documentation I have ever received, to the best of my knowledge, I have never seen the income that the school takes in. I will, as a citizen, be strongly urging again the City Council to have a better audit. I have checked with a couple of council members, and I feel that found out that they have never seen the activities audit. The activities audit actually is not on the website in full, which is, I'll be more careful and say it's not appropriate, but it's certainly the entire audit, it is finances, and the entire audit needs to be on the website. So perhaps the board next year will try again to dig into the finances, see how much income comes in. We have income that, a lot of revenue that comes in to the school district. Even when you click on YouTube, you see that there are ads there, and of course we benefit from those. And a lot of money that comes in there's a lot of money that comes in at basketball games, football games. So the income side of the ledger, we don't see. And now there's going to be solicitation for gold memberships, silver memberships. So again, that's going to bring in more money. And I think it's important that people see the income side as well as the expenditures. Another hope for next year, it clearly says in the state law and our policy that once a year, the school board is to evaluate professional development. I know we get reports on professional development, but I've never seen this board evaluate it. Perhaps we don't know how. But evaluate is not a PowerPoint presentation, in my opinion, although we seem to want to argue over words like collaborate, and reminds me of someone who said what is. But I believe evaluation has a pretty good definition, and we've never evaluated the professional development to see if it correlates with improving student achievement. Perhaps the board could do that next year. I also noticed that, of course, something that was never talked about here, we have never taken a vote. A resolution was passed encouraging the City Council to not have their committee, but we have never taken a vote not to send a representative. That committee is set up, and it's set up so that there is a representative from the school district That resolution, I've read it many times, did not include that we would not send somebody. We should have somebody there. It's really unconscionable, in my opinion, to be invited to participate in a committee and then have nobody represented. I don't know who made the decision that we could not even vote on it. If it's voted down, that's one thing, but to not even be allowed to vote, I don't know what kind of governance that represents. Is just not something I don't understand it, let's put it that way. That's trying to be as nice as I can and polished with my words, as Mr. Riddick says. So, we've never voted on that. We've never also voted to be members of the Virginia School Board Association. I double-checked with the executive director. I asked her what voluntary means. Does that mean we should vote on whether we join or not? Again, the vote might be that we do, but this board is not given a chance to vote on these things. Someone makes this decision behind the scenes, and that's that. So I would really like to see the board start fresh next year and actually operate as a governance board with voting upon these things and voting in public about them. The scores have come out, PALS, the scores have come out. The state sent me all of the PALS scores. These are reading scores for our children. They monitor at what reading level they started and are they in line with grade level reading, and then how do they progress throughout the year, and these scores have all been sent. It would be nice to, the superintendent has had these scores, of course, when they initially came in, but it would be nice to have a good presentation on how our PAL scores are. So the state sent me those scores today, as a matter of fact. I would like to know why we never had a retreat, a school board retreat. This board has had a school board retreat as a norm for an extremely long time. I've attended them as teacher and as a school board member, and this year, again, a vote was not taken as to whether we should hold a retreat or not. It should be a full board decision, but it was decided somewhere behind the scenes that there just wouldn't be one, and it just doesn't appear on the calendar. A board retreat is very important for the board to look at where we are in terms of our strategic goals. Now, the superintendent said that 90 to 95% of the goals have been met. I would like to see that. That would be terrific. And that's something that could have been done at a board retreat. But I don't know, again, who made the decision to skip the retreat. Perhaps we just don't know how to have a board retreat without getting in trouble. But nonetheless, every school board has retreats, almost all of them. Some of them have them twice a year to check up on how things are going. And that should have been a vote as to whether we skip the retreat and a reason for skipping it. So these are some of the things that I'm looking forward and hoping that new members on the board will be able to look at, and will be able to hopefully better functioning and better governance might make for better student achievement and accountability. I don't believe that words like transparency and accountability are buzzwords. They're not buzzwords. They're good governance words. They're oversight. So my time is coming to an end, which I'm sure there are many that are happy for that, but there's also a good portion of the community that knows we are not governing the best we could, and certainly not following good board governance when we don't take votes but allow somebody to just make decisions behind the scenes. So, and on that note, of course, extremely proud of the Turlington accomplishments, extremely proud of Sarah McDonald and Dawn. We just have pockets of things that are really well, but I think I just got a preliminary report. Our special ed kids and inclusion are really suffering. Got a report on that through the PALS. You know, the number one goal of this board is student achievement, and it's really not rah-rah things. It's student achievement. Now, if the rah-rah things help student achievement, I'm all about it. But so far, in the 3.5 years, there's been a lot of rah-rah, and our scores continue to plummet. And this year counts. This year counts. Every student was in school with teachers or on our virtual, which we're going to obviously continue to use. So it counts. It's not just a Passover year. These kids will never go back to this year and be able to repeat it. It counts. So we look forward to those SOL scores, and I look forward to gleaning through the PAL scores a little deeper as they've been sent to me from the state. And on that note, I'll say good night.
Good evening. Let's begin by correcting some information that is not true. Let's begin with, I hope you will stay. Online students have chosen to be online. We have not forced anyone to be online. So for persons who are listening and persons who choose not to listen, that's okay. The fact is, our online students, our parents of online students have chosen that opportunity. Anyone who wishes to come to school and have in-person instruction is allowed to be here in person. So we have not forced anyone to be online who chooses not to be online. Let's get that out there first. The other thing is that we've explained over and over again that PALS is not an indicator of student achievement. It is not the type of test that demonstrates student achievement. That's not the purpose of the assessment. And if you understood the purpose of the assessment, you would not use it in that way to indicate that it does do that. The other thing is that each year, this board votes on whether or not to pay dues to the Virginia School Boards Association. Even though it's been written and publicized on someone's Facebook page, I do not make that decision, nor does any other school board member. This board votes, if you don't understand what the resolution is, this board votes on whether or not to pay those dues and join that organization. If you don't know what you voted for, go back and read the resolution. On April 7th, 2022, this board voted 5-2 not to be a part of the city's education committee, this board. Go back and read the minutes. The reason that we did not have a board retreat was not a decision I made, but because our retreat was destroyed when we had a retreat and we wound up in court. The decision was definitely made in public. It was made in court because we were set up in court. People were so busy running around taking pictures. One of our school board members' rear ends was in the picture used in evidence in court against us during our retreat. It was absurd, and of course, somebody who shall remain nameless perjured herself as she was taking the pictures of people eating breakfast during the retreat. So we know how to do a retreat, and we know how to do it well. Today, I have with me a document, which I'll be glad to share. I made extra copies. I actually got it. It says in the Circuit Court for the City of Suffolk petition for removal of me based on misinformation forwarded by people. But bottom line is, it's signed by Judge Farmer, and I'll just read the last paragraph because we would like to get out of here tonight on time. It says, the court further finds that while the petition is based in large part on prior violations of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, the FOIA, by the School Board of the City of Suffolk, there have been specific findings by the court in each of those instances that Dr. Brooks Buck did not willfully or knowingly violate Virginia FOIA, which is another falsehood that has been perpetuated, that I was not incompetent, did not neglect my duty, did not misuse my office. None of that was proved. And this document is available. I'll email it to anyone who would like to share it. Just send me an email. I would also like to share that it is to have people run around and sign a false statement like somebody got over 800 people to do, based on information that they were given that was not true, a Class 5 felony subject to 10 years in prison for some folks to do. That is the law from an attorney, not from people who thought they were pretending to be lawyers. Hopefully we'll get that garbage out of the way and can go forward and say some very important things. Now, here are the important things. First of all, I would like to start by saying we have one very important person who's missing from us today. She is with her husband, who is in serious condition. And so for those of you who believe in prayer, if you would say a prayer for my friend who is with her husband, who is in the hospital right now, do that, or just a moment of silence at your time, depending on the way you feel. If you don't believe in prayer for healing, please don't bother us and don't disrupt our flow. But if you do, please do so for my friend, Mrs. Byram, and for her husband, Randy, who's a retired teacher from this system. Thank you. Now, I'd like to say congratulations to those students who graduated in summer school. I was so very proud of them. And of course, Mr. Bynum, I was in tears as well. I think this was a wonderful experience for all of our students, and I'm so glad for the 48 of them who didn't make it the first time, but they tried and they succeeded. And I'm so proud of them, because it doesn't matter whether it was May of 2022 or whether it was August of 2022, they are our 2022 graduating class. And they learned to ride Dr. Bird, their big wheels, and they rode their big wheels, and I'm just so proud of them that they made it. They were successful. I'm proud, as always, of our teachers who are successful. We are not hiding any funds anywhere, and if you look carefully online and you understand how to read the budget, you will see how much money we bring into the school system. We don't hide any pennies from anybody. We don't have a need to hide any pennies from anybody. If the PTA makes some money, they don't have to share that with all of us, but we haven't found anybody who's stealing any, so we don't have to be concerned about that, not today. If anybody knows of anybody who really is, they need to let the authorities know, because the authorities will deal with it in that way. If you don't know, please don't suggest that anybody's doing anything like that. We have left on the agenda, again, to say that we're very proud of our teachers in our Project Lead the Way program, and of course, of all of our students and our parents who do well. We look forward to the beginning of this year. The items on here are informational items. The rest of the items that are on here are informational items. And unless there are questions about the informational items, I will entertain a motion for adjournment. Are there any questions? I just heard a motion for adjournment. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that we adjourn. Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Good night and be blessed, everyone. Travel safely.
I'd like a copy.